And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Thursday. Oh, wow, this is going to take some getting used to. Fourth day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope you have had a good week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. What to say about my week? My week has gone well. Hey, Angel, welcome to the stream. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you both doing? The reason I turned the stream on a few seconds late today is I had a last-minute adjustment to make to something. My split keyboard used to be on the tent legs that came with it. I had, way back when, bought adjustable ones, but they required metal plating, and that kept breaking stuff. Apart from having almost a heart attack by your daughter, you're okay. Well, I'm glad you're okay. What did she do it on purpose? So I figured out why. Basically, I've worked out why I kept breaking my keyboard. It took far too long to work it out. And that's almost certainly a ADHD thing. I am pattern oriented, but it takes multiple sequences before I work it out. I'm fairly confident that somebody else would have happened twice and they would have worked it out. But yeah, the metal plate under certain discriminant would make contact with the controller and short it. So now that I've realized that, what I did is I did not remove the plastic plate. I put the metal plate on top of that, and the plastic one acts as an insulator. Nothing's broken yet, so I'm hoping that was the correct one. Hey Lizard, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And that is letting me adjust the angle of the halves, which I'm hoping are going to be more comfortable, because I've been feeling the tension in my wrist using it at the previous angle. So it was a 30-degree angle, and I think I need 45. So now I can, and if this is not correct, I can still adjust it. So yeah. Other than that, I have joined Inkit. I doubt any here will be that interested in it, but, you know, I should still promote. Now, okay, you know what? I need to figure out. So, if that is how it's written, that should be how mine. Yeah. All right. She fell on her stomach. Oh. I hope she's okay. When did I start this project? What project are you referring to, Lizard? You're doing fine, Akla. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. The answer to that one is a little complicated. the project, actually, let me see if I can find the actual time frame. World End. Oops, not the one. Q in yeah, close that. All right, let's see if I can work out when this was created. Can I get metadata info? 4 years ago. Okay, so the Harker project on paper is about 5 years old. She's okay taking a nap after giving her another bottle. Most of the babies tend to be fine, and we're the one that scared the hell out of them. I'll agree with Akla on that. Babies are resilient. Now, I will definitely go, this is not a reason to just not pay attention. But yeah, babies are quite resilient. She's almost 1 year old. Very cool. So yeah, the Harker project is about 5 years old. It started while I was reading Superpowered. I'm going to ways. What? What do you mean? Okay. Since when does that book not come up? We're in books, not all the... Really? Druids. Oh, I'm on Amazon.ca. Let me get, yeah, okay. I'm on CA, which means you probably don't recognize that author. I have to go on com. There we go. Yeah, this was that. Or not. Really? There you are. So. All right. So that's the series. That's the series I was reading at the time. I don't know where I was in it. And it's a good series if you like superhero stuff, if you like character-driven dramas. It is good. I highly recommend it. And somewhere in the middle of the four-book series, I kind of had this thought, like, what would my version of this school be like? And you know, it just bounced in my head, and I came up with thoughts, with ideas, like, because of who I am, I was not going to do a carbon copy of what Drew Hayes did. His school is fully established. There's actually multiple schools already in the country. And Worm has ruined other superhero stories for you. Okay, I'm not familiar with Worm. So I decided, you know what? My school would be in its early days. Like, it would be fairly new. And eventually I went, you know what? This would be its first year. I would start the story with the first year. So then I had to work out, okay, but if the school starts today, why? Why was there never, and you know, this is how I did some of the world building. This is what led to the Jacksonville incident. This is, you know, and at first, and that's about the time I discovered World Anvil. Can you put the link in the chat, Lizard? Because, you know, if it's that good, I would like to take a look at it. So, and initially, like I said, Parahuman World Press. Okay, I'll take a look at. I've got the page. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. I'm okay. You know what? I'm curious of a detail. Okay, no, that doesn't feel like because I also use parahuman as a term for the people with powers, and I borrowed it from someone else's story, and because this was called Parahuman's World Press, I thought this might have been the story, but no. But yeah, so because I discovered World Anvil at the time, I was going, you know what? I'm going to make this a collaborative project. And I contacted a few of my friends who, while not all of them are writers, they're all creators, and they agreed to take part of it. And my thought was, there were 6 of us, and my thought was, we will each create a character that will be part of the faculty. And they'll be the superpower group, and I say that loosely, who came up with this the Harker Project in response to the government and all that. So, you know, a couple of them created characters, and I created mine, and as is often the case with collaborative work, in short time, I was the only one still working on it. So I set it aside for a while. It still bounced in my head. Then, you know, at one point it was coming back to me. Hey, John, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Or is it Johns? Let me know how you want your name pronounced. So, you know, it always kept bouncing in my head, and I would make notes. I would create characters and stuff like that. And when I saw the end of the World Witches arriving, which would open up the Thursday slot, I kind of went, okay, so what am I going to work on? And I went, you know, why not work on a Harker? I've got nothing else that's really clamoring to be worked on. And, you know, I went, okay, so it's John. Okay, cool. Doing fine. The basis of an old email. All right. So I had information kind of all over the place. So I started gathering everything. putting the information I had into a Scrivener, and started thinking, okay, so how am I going to do that? This was going to be super powered, and for those who've been with me for a while, when I've talked about it, I, as a person, do not believe in the concept of the superhero. I feel that we are too egocentric as a society for superheroes to actually work. Now, that's not to say that people with powers would never do good, but there would be too much of a self-interest in that good to qualify as being superheroes. And one of the challenges that I gave myself with this world is that this was going to be a world of actual superheroes. But because I needed an inciting incident for the Harker Academy to exist, I decided that, okay, there's a bunch of good people who actually do good, but they've been allowed to do whatever they want, kind of thing. Because they're so good at doing good, at dealing with the villains and all that, there's never been oversight. So there's a lot of collateral damage. Not in this case. I did not want that, because it is not to the level of a police, but in superpowered, superheroes can only operate with government approval, and I did not want to go that route. So they're just, and the good they did balance the bad, the collateral damage that they caused, until Jacksonville. Jacksonville was wiped off the map of Florida when two superhero team got into a fight over who was the best of them. There were no villains involved. There was nobody manipulating anything. It was pure ego. And there's nothing left of Jacksonville. We're talking millions of people dead. And the government went, okay, enough is enough. And they started working on a registration act. Basically the law was going to be called Enough is Enough. And I did not know there was I had not looked. I picked Jacksonville kind of out of nowhere, like out of a hat. I needed a place, so that was going to be it. And the government went, you know what? That's it. We're done. We are going to control the people with powers from now on. And that led to a lot of protests, not only among people with powers, but among the common civilians as well. They did not want that. And the group of 6 that was going to be me and the other creators, saw that and went to the government and said, this is not going to work. You are going to have a civil war and you're not going to win. So here's an alternative we are proposing. And then that became that became Harker, the Harker Project. That became the school, and the government, because the government, well, not the government, but because elements within the government actually wanted control of people with power, a lot of rules got slipped into that contract that weighed things in a way that made Harker being able to meet all the criteria needed to become a permanent project difficult. Basically they have 10 years to demonstrate that they can create actual heroes with a code of ethics rather than egos. And the story would start on that first year. And I started giving myself permission to break personal rules of mine. I don't usually allow point of views that don't have an arc. One of my rules when I write is if I'm going to give a character a point of view, that character must have an arc within not necessarily the single book, but the overall story. And here I went, you know what? Now, this is going out the window. I will, if I need to give information and I have an outside character that has the information, I will give his point of view. Or her point of view. The other permission I gave myself is to write the story out of sequence. Because what quickly happened is that I had ideas for things that happens later in the year or later in the following years. And I still don't have what I consider a full cast of characters. So I'm basically going to write what I have. I'm going to aim to tell the story I want to tell with those characters. And as I come up with new characters, if I do, I will insert them. All right, sorry. You have a Jaguar shifter in your current series. Very cool, Angel. You want to write something like that. Government trying to put Superman in a spreadsheet. Said document ended up in the wrong hands. Fight takes capital city from Africa just to recover the document. Yeah, I mean, that would make for an interesting story. How would I do a paranormal romance urban fantasy? Because you've been wanting to do something like that for a long time, but you've been stuck on the whole secret world thing. Okay, I cannot address the romance aspect of the story. I have tried to write romance. I can't. I can put romance as a subplot in a story, but I cannot make it the primary element. Now, the secret world aspect of it, that will depend how you want to go about it. You can go the mystical aspect of it, that normal people are simply incapable of noticing that when something supernatural takes place, they find excuses or reason or, to normalize what they've seen. White Wolf, the Werewolf, the Apocalypse, Maze, the Ascension. The White Wolf worlds do that. There's a force in the world that make it that people don't notice that kind of stuff. You can go the route of there are organizations that specifically hide that. I don't go quite that hard, but my Inheriting the Line series uses that. There is nothing protecting them. No magic making it that no one will notice what they do. So they need to be careful. And, if what you get stuck on is the secret world thing, it's about deciding how you want to go about it and what the consequences of that decisions will be. If it's a magical force, well, can somebody go too hard? Can somebody do something so big that the force cannot contain it? What happens then? If it's organizations, well, how do they go about hiding that secret world? What is the consequence of somebody breaking that organization's rules? Simply in those concepts, you can have really fun stories. But yeah, that's, beyond that, John, I would need a little more specifics. I don't work well with vague large questions. I'm better at drilling down. Yep. Oh, cool. I am glad that helped. Alrighty. This morning. That's not what I want. Alright, so we are still on the 22nd, but this is going to be Colby. What species? Oh, that would be for John, or you may want to at them, Lizard. When chat is rolling like that, it's sometimes easy to miss. Migrator doesn't show. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. Migrator doesn't show it. Well, yeah. I mean, a reply is an at. It's just that it's one that's integrated in how Twitch does things. But yeah, it's simply that my aggregator does not show that. I do also have the Twitch chat window, but I don't. I only refer to it when I can't make out what's on the aggregator, because that one gives me YouTube. And speaking of, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, so Colby, this is arrival at the Academy. You don't need to reply and then at Akla. You do not need to accommodate me. The ad didn't show in your chat. Oh, that's interesting indeed. Another advantage of the adjustable stand is that it's heavy, so it keeps the keyboard from slipping. That's an issue I had with the TEDs. They're light, and every so often I would bump the keyboard. They're far from the edge, but it would move, and then I would have to readjust it. You, me, and my split keyboard. Yeah, I love my split keyboard. I had that on top of the. I have a mat, but they were still light enough that it would slip. And like I did not put the adjustable one so they wouldn't slip. I needed the adjustments, the ability to adjust it. It's just that as a consequence, because it's a lot heavier, it grabs onto the mat, and I need to put a lot of force into moving them or lifting them. So, it's a bonus to the situation. So again, you only got 2 chapters into the story you're writing before realizing you're not happy with its direction. That happens. Have you considered outlining the story, Lizard? You have 26 words in your story. You're already having to go back and change how it started. Have you considered outlining it, Akla? You outlined it, then realized you don't like it because it doesn't match the world that you're going to be building. You ended up changing the protagonist entirely. Much happier with it. Well, cool. Eventually you do underlining here, but not exactly bullet points. You'll do the cheap, write the story down as quick as you can. Cool. Is it a case where you always change the beginning of the story because now you actually know? Okay, that's for Akla. Yeah, as an experience, I don't know. I'm a discovery writer, and I'm really, really high on the scale of from plotter, outliner to discovery writer. Like I'm in the 90% discovery writer. I can work with an outline, but I cannot write one myself. But I usually have something of an instinctive knowledge of the story that's enough to get me going. And it's rare that I need to do major rewrites to the level of what I'm having to do right now in A Heart's Life. I've had to rewrite an entire sequence. I think 6 or 7 chapters had to be rewritten from top to bottom. Debut novel started as a pantser. After putting it aside for 2 years, you decided to outline it as you noticed it was more helpful for you than cool. Very cool. Working out what works for us is really nice. Actually. Oh, yeah. You're good at giving advice. You are a do as I say kind of person, not do as I do. I'm like that on certain level. It's why I like working with outlines. It does speed up my writing because I have a sense of what's happening. I just cannot write one myself. I've tried. have I tried working with an author who does make outline? I have a co-scripter who will build outlines for me. Have you tried worksheet with online? I've tried everything. What happens for me is that I have two modes where I know the story. I'm in the middle of writing it, or I'm telling someone about it. If I just sit down and try to write what the story is about, I'll get a few notes. Because I always have details that'll be spread throughout the elements that I know need to happen. And when I pure discovery write, they are my guidelines. But working out how I get there while writing sometimes slows me down. But yeah, if I just sit down to write, to figure out the story, my mind goes utterly blank. So when I write it, that goes fine. It can be slow, but it still goes fine. And then, like I said, I have my co-scripter. And with him, what we do is I tell him the story, he asks me questions, he makes notes, and he compiles all the information. He adds his idea because the guy's really has a lot of ideas. And, stuff that works, I'll leave it in and I'll incorporate it. Stuff that doesn't, I'll tell him why, and we'll work them out, and we will continue. Like, I've told him to put some of his characters in the outlines. In Monster and Bad Man, there's an entire book that centers around two of his characters. Because I like them and they fit the world. And because I gave him permission to introduce the characters, he brought ideas to the story around those characters that still fit the world. And yeah, you had one who wanted to co-write, but eventually disappeared, and he was the one that asked you if you wanted to. Yeah. Hey, Sean, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yes, finding the right person to co-work with, to collaborate with, is difficult. My current co-scripter is not the first person I hoped to work with. Like, this is not he's a second, third choice. But when I knew, because in the furry community, there's a lot of writers. And, I got to know some of them, and I a lot of time, more than once, I went, oh, would you want to, how about we collaborate on a story? And they'd say yes, and it wouldn't work out. In a good situation, we would both realize that, yeah, that's not going to work, and we will go our separate ways, and no hard feeling. And in one case, the guy's ego tried to take over the story. Like, he was arguing that decisions I was making for my world did not work. Like I had a character who's a private investigator who was hired to find someone and bring him back to his father. And in the process of doing that, the detective realized that the father was abusive, that he was forcing the kid to come back and to mold him in his image, and he, being a good person, went, you know what, I'm not doing this. And the guy I was working with going, you can't do that. He took the guy's money. He can't just then change his mind. And I went, yeah, he can. And he would not budge on that. And I went, okay, it's now clear this is not going to work out. Thank you for trying that with me. Good luck on your work. And he has never talked to me again. I'll be right back. That's insane. So thank you. You just stand up for what you. Well, yeah. You, one of the things that needs to be worked out in a collaboration is who ultimately is in charge. You can't have both collaborator 50-50. That all that does is create conflict. One person needs to be in charge, and the other one needs to accept that they will not get their way. If they're not okay with that, that is not a collaboration that will work. And that's the nice thing with my co-scripter, is that he is completely okay when it's my story, just not having his ideas supported. Trying to, there's a pen name is hard. I go by the Tiger Rights. I don't. I have my books are written under names, but the names I use aren't really pen names. They're just there to subdivide my what I write, because I'm so much all over the place. I don't want somebody who picks up, for example, my fantasy, to then see my porn and go read that thinking it's going to be more fantasy. So I use different names, but that's the extent of it. Like, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like if you look at both the name, there will be no difficulty working out as the same person. You did a long search before choosing your current pen name, Angel. I hear sarcasm in that. But yes. Finding a collaborators that will work well with you is not easy. It isn't really okay. All right. Okay. But yeah, it's not easy, and the odds are great that you will go through many before finding the correct one. You have in my Notion a page that feels incomplete as a phrase. Okay, you know what? Okay, I think I'm gonna move that here. You wanted to say something about the co-writer part, but you forgot. Oh well. To the world, A.K. Perry, you may you live a long and prosperous life. Well, good luck. Yeah, I have two names at this point, Sylvain Saint-Pierre and S. Saint-Pierre. Is the one you sign your book with your actual? Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, I considered pen names and stuff like, and ultimately I went, you know what? I don't have an issue with people knowing I am the one who wrote them. And if I had been smarter about it, I would have started using variation on my name from the get-go. But back then, I had my ego was a little too big. I figured nobody that people will want to read everything I write, even if it goes from science fiction thriller to porn. Now, if I were to redo that, my porn would have its own name just to separate it. Because, ultimately, not everybody wants to read porn. And the rest of the stuff I have on there is not the kind of stuff that would hint that one of my series might be pure porn. Well, it's not pure porn. It's very heavy story oriented, but there's porn in it. So it should have been under its own thing. You you don't want to, and you don't want to put your real name. That's fine. That I like what I do. Oh, I see. You've deleted your in Notion page. Okay, cool. But yeah, no. If you are not comfortable using your real name, that's perfectly fine. Like, never ever take what another writer does as what you should do. If you think it's gonna work, give it a try. But never get hung up on the fact that because they do it, it's gotta work. I appreciate you not just writing porn, but having characters and plot that goes along with it having the best of both worlds. You see, John, that's actually not a positive. Because people who read that want good story with their porn are in the minority. People who read either want porn or good story. I'm in the category of having too much porn in my story, so I scare away the readers who want a good story. But there's too much story in my porn, so I scare away the readers who want porn. It is literally one of my worst selling series. I mean, the fact that it's gay porn doesn't help, but it's still like this is the thing I discovered writing it. But no, not writing it. Once I was done. Well, once I put it on Amazon and all that, that's kind of what I realized, that by making sure both were good, I ended up with a worse selling book. If I had wanted readers, if I wanted sales, and that's the thing, like I did not want sales. I wrote the book for me. Let's be that clear. Like, I'm not complaining about the book. I wrote it for me, and I am one of those exceptions. I like good stories in my porn. But if I had wanted the sales, I should have written a version of that story that's just the porn. Very, very light on the story, just to excuse the porn. Put that up there. And then I should have written a version of that story with just the story and hinting at the sex that happens in it to move the story forward. Because that's the thing, is the porn is vital to the story. I cannot remove the porn. But yeah. That's what Yeah, you don't mind it, but the thing is, the mass of readers do. Like I said, those who enjoy both are a very, very small slice. And that is... And that comes down to, the writer needs to know why he will write. Because that decision, that answer informs further decisions that they have to do. Like, if you write for your audience, if the primary goal is to make money, you have to write the book your audience wants. So that means you have to figure out who your audience will be and research what they want, and you have to write that story. You will have to abandon some of what you want to see in the story in favor of what they want. This is not negotiable. If your goal is to make money, you are not writing for yourself, you are writing for them. Therefore, you need to write the story they want. I write for me. I write for me exclusively, and I sell the stuff not expecting it to sell. That's because I am not willing to make that compromise. I want to be able to read my stories. I love sitting down and rereading my stories. So yeah, like it's part of the decision, and it's part of the decisions and the sacrifices we need to make when we create art. And I will add something that I have to keep repeat, but it's something to keep in mind, is you are not required to share your work. That story you write does not need to go online, even for free. You are not required to share it with other people. Writing something for you and you exclusively is acceptable. It is something that I think society has made too many people forget. It is okay to have a hobby purely for your love of the hobby. And for most writers, most people out there, that's actually what it is. Writing is just a hobby that they've been told needs to make them money. But that's a lie. It's a hobby. It's something you're supposed to do for the enjoyment of it. And sometimes having to force yourself to make money with it takes away the enjoyment, therefore you don't do it anymore. But this is the thing. Like we need to remind, especially new writers, people who begin, that they don't have to make money of it. They don't have to share. If they want to just love what they do, they are allowed. Mutual server. Okay, who are you? What server are you on? What server is this? I can try. Sure. Oh, damn it. Do I have the map of the campus? Oh, actually, Harker. I have a folder for Harker. Actually, I have a folder in here, I think. Yeah, but I only have file. I don't have pictures, which really makes no sense. But reading your story is the best part of writing. It is for me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! I never. I never zoomed in on the. Oh well. I want to upload. I want to download. No, actually, okay. I mean, it's not great, but it's better. All right, save image as. Uh, for example, writing fan fiction. You've been writing the Immortal Instrument community. Very cool. Right now, you need to some advice. You don't know whether or not this is just on Wattpad or with this community, but in general. But the reason they hate the main character, so when they do like their fiction, they just put the main character up to the side and make a side character. They just turn up the bad, or they turn up the bad characteristic of the main character. Oh, all right. What is your question? What do you need advice on? How do you continue to write in this community when you don't feel motivated because of stuff like that? I will bring it back to the original question. Why do you write? Are you writing for yourself, or are you writing for the community? And I'll be clear, you can't have both. It's okay to write for yourself and then share with the community, but at its core, it has to be the why needs to be one or the other. It cannot be both. You have to write either for yourself or for the community. So this is the campus. Here's your fan fiction because you got expired by the community. Start off like, okay, but that's originally. But right now, why do you want to write? You want to write because you believe you have a story that you can tell and you believe that you're the only one who can write the story. All right. You are not answering my question. I told you there's only two answers. Are you writing for yourself or for the community? Those are the only two valid answers. Are you writing for yourself? And you need to be honest here, very honest. Because the answer informs what needs to happen after that. Lizard, you cannot tell a writer what they have to do. You cannot tell them that. They have to make that decision for themselves. Because they are the ones who have to live with the consequences of that decision. You know, you could word it differently, that if they write for themselves, these are what they can do. If they write for others, this is what they'll have to do. But ultimately, the writer needs to make that decision. All we can do as other writers is answer their questions and provide experience that works for us. As I mentioned before, I write for me and me myself. You write for yourself, John. Okay, then here's what I want you to do. Write the story, turn off the comments. Because they don't matter. If you are writing for yourself, what other people think is utterly irrelevant. If you do not have I don't want to call it fortitude, but if your skin's not thick enough that you are able to look at a bad comment and just shove it to the side and move on, turn off the comments. You are writing for yourself. Your enjoyment of the writing and the reading is the only one that matters. If somebody doesn't like it, they can go on, they can move on elsewhere. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. We all have somewhere inside us this need to be validated. But we need to recognize that by allowing people to comment on our stuff, we will not always get validation. And we need to know if we can endure that lack of validation. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Okay, so that's the campus. He got dropped off here. This is full. What did you walk in? Well, John was asking advice about what he should do in relationship to the community he writes in, not having the best opinion of the character that I expect he wants to write about. And if you're looking at the screen, well, this is the campus. This is the Harker campus. And I was hoping I had a closer one, but I don't. I need to reinstall City Skyline. And see if I can get see what I did. See if that city is still there, and what I did with Harker. Because Harker is going to be is a green campus, so there's a lot of green on it. But I don't know what I've worked out. Anyway, and I know buildings are missing here. You like the shape of it? Thank you. I have City Excel. I have all versions of it except Platinum. But I also have City Skylines. I've bought it a long time ago. So City Skylines is way better. City Excel? Oh no. No, it is nowhere near the best city builder. You want to know why? Because the people who bought the company that made the game never streamlined it. It is a memory leaking machine. You can't build a city with it because your computer, it doesn't matter how strong your computer is, it is going to lock up. The main character of the series, you didn't write the series. Somebody else did. Just write in the fandom community that series, and within that series, people don't have the best opinion of that man. And they are entitled to their opinions, John. That everybody's entitled to their opinion. But if you are writing for yourself, you cannot let their opinion bother you. If you want to write that story, if you enjoy the character and what you're going to write about him, do that. Like I said, turn off the comments. If you are going to post it on the community, turn off the comment. And I'm like, it may have been apparent that I'm not exactly a nice guy. I don't give a bleep what other people think. If I were in your situation, like if I were to write something that I then turned off the comment and somebody went to me, why did you turn off the comment? I would say, because I don't give a bleep about what you think about my story. I don't want to hear your opinion about my story. I like it. It's there in case you might like it. If you do, cool. If you don't, move on to something else. And the thing is, I'm not talking in pure theory here. You know, Dungeon Runner is on Royal Road. 4 books of Dungeon Runner are up for free on Royal Road. And take a look at the comments. Take a look at the reviews. They're all over the place. I have 1 stars. I've got 5 stars. The thing is, I have titanium skin. I can look at some of the comment on there and just smile, shrug, and go, you know what? I don't give a fuck. But that's the thing, like I said, I have titanium skin. I can take that. If at the stage you're at, you don't think or you don't know if you can, turn off the comment. Do not put yourself through that. If you have someone you trust, maybe leave the comments on and have them filter those comments and just forward the good ones to you so that you do not have to deal with the bullshit people are slinging there. But on that level, that becomes a gradation that you have to decide on. My advice is just turn it off. Could be. I don't care. All right. I don't think the roads are named. I don't think I never... Well, actually, it looks like I might have named them. Anyway. Again, I don't care. That's the thing, Claw. I don't care. I don't need to use One, I do not use AI. This is a non-negotiable with me. I do not use AI. 2, I don't have to use AI. I've got City Skylines. I can load up the city, bring the map, good resolution, make a copy of that, and I'll have access to it. And yeah, I know I come across as intense, but this is something that I'm tired of this. I'm tired of society. I'm tired of writers in general just pushing this wrong mindset. This is supposed to be fun. This should never be a chore. It's great to be passionate about your hobby. Yeah, well, in my case, it's a job, but yeah. No, it's good, but... I wish I wish that writers as a large group had a better mindset so that they could encourage new writers instead of making them feel like they have to fit in a very specific mold. AI, welcome back, Angel. AI is the greatest tool on earth in the absolute wrong way category. No, Akla, it is not. It is not the greatest tool on earth at all. Maybe if it wasn't destroying the environment, I might consider it decent, but no, it is not the greatest tool on earth. That's cool. I'm glad that there are writers out there who are able to do that, who are able to not give in to the the pressure. But I see it too often. Well, I do see the writers doing that, although not on Twitch. On Twitch, most writers that I know of are a little better. But across writers in general, I see it, and often I get brand new writers who, in a variation of John, don't know what to do because they've been led to believe they have to write in a certain way, and they don't like it. Yeah, you are right, Akla. You also have Royal Road, Angel? Cool. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, like so many writers out there, and I will include actual professional published traditionally writers, push this correct way to do it. Yeah. There is no such thing as expert advice. It's always personal advice. It's what works for me and me alone. This has made me a great writer. Feel free to try it, but it may not make you a good writer. Try it. If it doesn't work, that's why I keep saying don't get hung up on how someone else writes. You should have added, I'm an expert, trust me on this take. Well, now that you know it, file it for the next time. Please tell me it's not. Okay. All right. The journal. Oh yeah, it's still up on Royal Road. I don't intend to take it down. If anybody's channel doesn't publish their work, I don't take anything they say seriously. Well, that's probably a good place to start, yeah. A good mindset to have, sorry. Do I have a Ko-fi? I do, but... I'm on Patreon. I've got... There you go. Oh, thank you for the follow on Inkit, Perry. Going to engage at this point. You dislike giving Amazon any of your money, but you also want to pay. Okay. As option, if you go to my Patreon, you can buy my books there. Actually, let me see. Actually, let me go through another page because I'm logged in here and. Oh, the shop. There's a shop button right at the top, so you should have no problem finding the shop. Yeah, I mean, when Patreon started offering the shop, I started moving everything there because you are not the only one who does not want to have to do business with Amazon. You're getting the Power Washer Simulator when it comes out today. Cool. If you get it, have fun. I hope you have fun with it. I like Lizard. I like the concept of Patreon and those kind of sites because supporters mean I have an income I can plan on. Book sales are really nice. I will always be happy with them. The problem is that they're kind of one-time thing, so it's basically impossible to plan my future with them. So while support, means that yeah, I can. You're scared of starting a Patreon because it requires an amount of consistency that you sort of. Okay. How much sex is in her books? Lizard, you are better off setting up your Patreon right now and opening it and putting your stuff on it when you're able to, because then people can find you. Yes, consistency is good, but it's better for your stuff to be out there. You're not listening, are you? Sorry, that's not for you. That's for the scammer on my Discord. You're better off having it there so that people can find you and support you, and you'll have people supporting you. I can guarantee it. It will not be enough to earn a living on unless you're one of the fortunate ones. but I can guarantee that, at some point, someone will find you, someone will support you for the simple fact that you're doing it. I have supporters on my Patreon who don't read my stuff. They've made it clear that they don't actually care about what I write, but they want to encourage me to keep writing. He just will not stop. I've literally told him that this scam is not working on me, that if he'd be smart, he'd have moved on, and he's still typing. Ah. For everybody out there, especially those of you who plan on streaming at some point, if someone contacts you out of nowhere and says something to the effect of, "Oh, I would love to help you. Here, I'm an artist. Let me do this for you," they're a scammer. No proper artist, no proper creator has a need to contact you out of nowhere and offer to help you. They'll have their website, they'll have their advertising, and they'll trust that for you to find them should you need their service. And now he's offering I think he just said, "Have a nice day." Hopefully we're done. But rule of thumb: when in a communication situation with someone you don't know, the person initiating the communication is always looking to gain something out of the other person. Now, that doesn't have to mean they're looking to scam you for money, but they're after something. So if they are coaxing their opening line in how they are able to help you, know that they're lying. They're looking to help themselves and convince you otherwise. Oh, this has been an interesting morning. Oh, and he also tried to guilt trip me before saying goodbye. Oh, it's even worse than that. They approached me saying, "Can we talk?" I'm always willing to say yes to that line. And then they go, "Oh, I'm an artist, blah, blah, blah. I noticed you have Twitch, but you don't have a lot. I can help you with that." I said, "No, thank you. I'm not interested." They went, "Okay, but how about if I do this for you?" And then I went, "You've just revealed yourself to be a scammer." And they go, "No, no, I'm not a scammer." And then I went, "Yes, you are a scammer. Do you want to know how I know you're a scammer?" And I went, "No, I'm not a scammer. I went, "Yes, you're a scammer. Do you want to know how I know you're a scammer?" And eventually went, "Okay." I went, "When I said no and you kept pushing, you became a scammer." And they went, "No, I know it's unorthodox, but I'm an honest artist. I'm just trying to." I went, "No honest creator needs to do what you're doing. Only scammers do." And what did they say after that? Oh yeah, I went, if you were smarter than you seem to be, you'd move on to a mark that might actually bite. Um, and then they went, "I can show you my Twitter as well, but I know you can't trust anymore. Goodbye." This is where being an asshole is really nice. That's actually, wait a minute, that's not. Aiden is who he's yelling. Because Aaron is the guy who bumped into Colby. He's the only one of the brother with the strength to hand his pack back to him. James, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? 450 watch streak. Wait, what? Oh, that's the point thing, I'm guessing. 5 consecutive streams. Very cool. Thank you very much. Lapin, 7 Words of Editing, The Artistocracy Chronicles, Book 3. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hogged back, James. Hey, Gonzalez, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Sorry for the delayed notice of your arrival. Hey, Bob. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Why does it feel wrong? Got a raid and run. Well, again, thank you for the raid. Have a good rest of your day. If you're late feeding him, he will refuse. Oh, late start, upset baby. No worries. And yes, the baby should take precedence. Consider yourself hugged back, James. Well, if you've left me a few. Schedule about 15 minutes to set everything up. Morning feeding, and that did not happen. Well, I hope you are able to catch up if that is required. Otherwise, I hope things go well. You can't hug James. There's no hugs left. You gave them all to me, Yakla. Oh, I guess there was some left. I guess he did not actually give me all the hugs. You have to get some work done, Lizard. Alrighty, well, thank you very much. I don't remember if you were the one interested, but there is the read and comment this afternoon. If you want to get a sense of how that goes, and if not, as mentioned before, it's on YouTube. Cool, I'll be right back. Going to lurk for food. Enjoy. Akla. Actually, I need to check a calendar. I say August 22nd. It's a Friday. Okay. So 25th is a Monday. That works. Yeah, it's the first. Not entirely true, but something for Patrick. might be able to lose the part ultimately. Okay, and I know why I put part, because August, using the month, will not fit since I'm going from one year to the next. Oops. What do you mean, Claudia? Did I not? Oh, somehow I forgot to delete that one. Okay, that's interesting. You are back from the ads. Welcome back. Your parent came to visit? Alrighty, well, have yourself a good rest of your day. Thank you very much for dropping by. Oh, wait a minute. Those are in the wrong place. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in about an hour. Oh, hey, White Seer. You are arriving just as I'm taking lunch, so I will be back in about an hour. I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. James, 20 Words of Editing on the Artistocracy Chronicles, Book 3. Congratulations. Hey, cool imp. Welcome back. All right. You are present. What are you doing? What the hell? Can I really want this removed. I just want the bleeping improve button. Don't need anything else. Alrighty, cool imp. You are present. Are you ready? You are present as well, Akla. Very cool. As ready as you can be. Alrighty. So this is chapter 10 of Dragonfall. The Fall of Dragonfall. Gonna lurk. Food hasn't arrived. Alright. Harrison's pattern doesn't change over the next week. I wait. The writers don't keep the same. The writers don't keep the same pattern. I haven't. If there is a pattern, I haven't seen it yet. It takes 8 days before Rita takes the night off. Okay. Is there a reason in this specific chapter to point out Harrison specifically? Because everything else is sort of generalized. The writers don't keep the same pattern. It's frustrating. If there's a pattern, he hasn't seen it. Because Harrison pattern doesn't change. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, so, okay. Harrison is not a dragon rider. Harrison is a person, is someone on the ground. Okay. Because you have a chapter jump, the thing to keep in mind with a chapter is that the reader has almost certainly walked away from the book between chapters. So you want to give them a bit of a reminder of the situation. So instead of just Harrison's pattern doesn't change over a week, you might want to add a bit of detail. Pointing out that there's a shop. So you could have, he goes from home to his shop every morning. He stops for lunch at the same time every noon. Just so that the reader is reminded, oh right, he's a shop owner, and if you can put in a detail about what Elliot needs to get from him, and you could probably make its own paragraph of that as a welcome back. Here's where we were. Okay. It's probably because it's been a few weeks for me then. Okay. What I would do though is break this up. And the reason is, this is about Harrison, this is about Elliot, this is about the Dragon Riders. You were away when I came back. Well, then congratulations on the editing. 20 words for the Aristocracy Chronicles, Book 3, James. But yeah, because that's the thing to remember with paragraphs, is that a paragraph is about one subject. There's ways to stretch the definition, like here. Enjoy the lurk. The reason I'm not breaking this from the rest is that Rita is also a dragon rider. So, it remains about dragon riders. Dragons might not be able to hear through Adobe, but I can. Every night, he takes 2 hours to fall asleep and snore. He lives alone and has no kids. If he lives alone, he definitely has no kids, unless you mean that kids that live elsewhere that might visit, at which point I would add he has no kids that might drop by unexpectedly. Okay, all right. Well, actually, the next phrase does that. Then I would remove the he has no kids, like he lives alone. Because if he lives alone, clearly there's nobody there. And then I would remove the, well, actually no, it's him talking, so this is dialogue. Well, he might have children, but okay. If again, it's dialogue. I would word it he's alone instead of he lives alone, because then the having children feels like it fits a little better, but that's probably a me thing. But he lives alone and has no kids, that's redundant. If you feel that you need to have he has no kids, that's what I would go I would go with. Instead of he lives alone, I would go he has no kids. Well, he might have children, but none of them visit. So, because both of them there become redundant. Well, he might have children, but none of them visit. Even better, he's cheap and lives further away from the castle. The riders don't fly as low over here. Cheap means when I pick the lock to his door, I don't need to try. To try? The lock is loose, and I'm sure if you pull hard enough on it, it would open. Do you mean that he doesn't need to work at it? Or that he doesn't need to first test it? Because, or does he get it on the first go? Because I don't need to try is a little confusing. He gets it on the first go. I would go with something like that then. Cheap means that when I pick the lock, it works immediately. Again, like something to the effect of I get it on the first go. The lock is loose, and I'm sure that if you pull hard enough on it, it would open. This is fucking easy. Feels weird that he goes you. But again, that might be a me thing. Like I would go I. I'm sure that if I pulled hard enough, if I, something that I would keep close. It feels, but like I said, it's possibly a me thing. the one reason I could see of the you being story justified is if when we discover everything, we find out that the captain he's talking to is actually also a thief. That somewhere in the history that's been hidden, he was a thief. Then these are things that he could be saying to try to trigger the captain. And it would be one of those moment if that, but that is if that's the reveal. I don't know that, and I won't know that until we get or if we get there. You keep it close. His bedroom door doesn't make a sound when I open it. But even if it squeaks or squeals, Mitchell shouldn't wake up. Okay. Okay. This falls under the if something doesn't happen, it really shouldn't be worded. And I get the sense that this is about, showing just how loudly he snores. Well, it depends why it's there. Like, as it is without me being able to ask you why, I would just remove it. But yes, why is it there? Why did you write it? Because I can see justification not for that specifically, but for something that would imply what I think you might be going for here. But I'm curious, why did you put that there? What was your reason for putting it there? Trainer Blyerson was a deep sleeper, even though he has great hearing. Okay. From experience, I will point out. Well, actually, no. It's not. Okay. There's a question of how Elliot knows that Harrison is a deep sleeper. Yeah, if you're looking to infer that, I don't know that it's working. Now, what I would play on in a situation like that is his snoring. Yeah, but somebody's like, how do you case somebody's sleeping deepness? And I would say that if you know how, that should be in the text. Like, if Elliot has done something, or if something has happened to show Elliot just the fact that Harrison is a deep sleeper, it should be in the text. But like I said, what I would work on here is the snoring. The fact that, his snoring might be so loud that it would cover up any noise Elliot might have made coming in. So, but again, like, and the fact, and actually, you say, he says that he can hear the snoring, therefore it's loud. And yeah, I would go with that. Like, his bedroom door doesn't make a sound when I open it, but he's snoring so loud that even if it had squeaked, and I would only use one of them, even if it had squeaked, he wouldn't have heard it. Or you. All right. If you're ever breaking into a place, roll your feet. Tiptoeing around doesn't work, and you will find every single loud floorboard. Also mean that you will move easier along the floor. Trying to be silent is harder than just not making noise. Just like trying to blend in and stalk a person. The harder you try, the worse you get. Not everything is as smooth as I want it to be. Okay. In relation to this, you have an expert explaining things. I am not a thief. I am not an expert. I will ask, did you double check your information? Have you spoken with people who might be able... Have you gone to Quora and asked and check there? Because, you know, this is the kind of stuff, like, because he's an expert, this is the kind of stuff that someone might call you out on. Not everything is as smooth as I want it to be. But, okay, again, I need to preface, if you're looking to if you're writing this to publish, you want to do that. If you're just writing it for yourself, that works. That, you know, that is plausible enough, so long as you enjoy that. And that's the thing I need to keep reminding myself. Not everybody writes with the plan of putting it out there. I have a habit of forgetting because I put everything I write out there. Not everything is as smooth as I want it to be. In fact, things have been tits up for a while. They must be, because when I place my hand on the registry, a hand grabs my ankle as guards. Okay. All right. I'm gonna wait to see if there's an explanation, because because when I place my hand on the registry, a hand grabs my ankle as guards rush into the room. Fuck me, 2 writers. Rita and her flying partner follow in. Should have kept to the painting. Rita isn't smiling, but I know the sound of a disappointed voice. Told you, Rita. Figure night off. The brunette from the market is at her side. Rita nods. You're right, Nadia. If we're not going to incinerate this one, we need to make an example. Don't you agree, Mr. Sinclair? You have to option. Is Sinclair Elliott's last name? Okay. Then I have to ask, why? Who is this directed to? Don't you agree? Who is this directed at? Okay. Here's the issue I'm having here. Why make an example of him? Nothing in the story at this point has and before you comment, let me finish. Nothing at this point has established that making an example of something goes beyond burning people up. Now, Nadia may have her reason, sorry, not Nadia, Rita may have her reason for not wanting to incinerate Elliot just this very moment, which is fine. But Nadia needs to react to that, and Rita needs to justify her decision. Because right now this is out of left field, not because up until now, every time someone has committed a crime every time someone has been caught committing a crime, there's literally no hesitation. Burnt. Because this is different, something needs to establish why. Like, the read I get, in part because of comments you've made before, is that Rita has her reasons. But I don't know that Nadia, because we've never really interacted with Nadia, would know what they are and might be okay with it. So out there, completely out there example. Rita's in love with Elliot, so she doesn't want him to die. And so she goes, let's make an example of him. Nadia has to go, why? He's a thief. We caught him red-handed. We burn him. And then Rita may come up with something. Yeah, but there's been an uptake in, theft in the city over the last couple of years. And I think it's time that they be reminded who's in charge. At which point you can have Nadia be, okay. But like that's the thing, there might be further down the chatter, but again, right now, you're asking the reader to trust you. You're asking the reader to just accept things as they are. And the way they are feels plot contrivance. It feels like the plot demands Elliot not die. Therefore, so what you need is a way to explain why this is different. It goes back to something I've mentioned before, is that if something happens for the reason that is expected, you don't need to explain it. If something differs from what is expected, and up till now, every time a criminal has been caught, they get burned immediately. No trial, no jury, no exceptions. Since this differs from that, there needs to be something there that at the very least lets the reader know, be patient, something's coming. And the best way to do that is by character interaction, by having Nadia ask, why should we? And have Rita go, this is why. Or look around, maybe we shouldn't discuss this in the open. But the thing is that things out of the ordinary people are going to react to. Again, like if Nadia's in on it, it's going to make that difficult. Like I said, something needs to be there, because right now, this feels like the only reason this is happening is because the plot armor. Elliot cannot die. We know that because he's going to be alive. And it's... Okay, I know you don't have interruption, but this is a place where, again, the captain should ask, wait a minute. They didn't burn you immediately? Like, again, he is telling a story. if he doesn't want the captain to interrupt, there needs to be enough in what he's telling that the captain doesn't have a reason to question, a reason to interrupt. This thing, you can ask a reader to be patient, but you can't stay silent and expect him to be patient. So something here needs to be there that at the very least lets the reader know an explanation is coming. Because this is the thing, like this very much feels plot contrivance. Okay. I'm gonna go up a little bit. And go because my end is there. Go, where the hell are the guards? Like, how is a hand grabbing his ankle? Didn't he study the room before stepping in? Didn't he look at, like, he is a master thief. Did he just, like, you know, a thief that does not want to get caught doesn't simply barge into a room. You know, he should be smart enough to expect his quarry to be at least as smart as he is. Okay, have you established that he's next to the bed in this moment? Because I didn't read that. All I read is that he's in the room. You do not establish where the registry is, unless I misread. No, you just establish that when he places his hand on the registry. So we don't know where he is. So, like, so when he goes in, when he comes in, you should basically, especially when it's going to be important, you want to give a layout of the room, so that when we get to a situation and the hand grabs my ankle, the reader can immediately work out, oh, okay, so he's by the bed, therefore under the bed. And, you know, this can be done as simply as, you know, I scanned the room, the registry was on the bed, on the bedside table, and, you know, then maybe a comment of, yeah, normally I'd want to be very, very careful, but the guy's already loud enough that I can probably drop a bell and he's not going to notice. But there's the thing is that you cannot leave important detail to the imagination of the reader. Like, yeah, you say that you would keep that he would keep, you should keep it close to you, but you don't tell us what that means, and then you don't tell us where the registry is. Just that he puts his hand on it. Like, he literally you don't even tell us where he goes in the room, just how to move silently in a room. So that, yeah, when the hand grab, like, my mind went, wait a minute, did he just appear out of nowhere? And the fact that you have, as a guards reach in. The other thing I need to ask is, what's going on with Harrison? This is happening next to him. Is he actually sleeping so deep that none of this wake him up? Describe it. Yeah, this is definitely. Now, here's the thing. He's still saying, comment on it. Have someone comment on that. Sinclair, Elliot's a little bit of a wise ass, so I would have him, look and go and ask Rita, did you guys drug him or something? Now, you want to walk a line in this situation because you don't want to go 3 paragraphs of description of the bedroom, because that's going to slow things too much. But because an action is going to happen, the important positions have to be indicated to the reader and where they are in relationship to one another. So in this case, for me, saying that the registry is on the bedside table would be enough. Because when he puts his hand on it, to have put his hand on it, he needs to be next to the bed, so that when something grabs his ankle, my mind goes, oh, under the bed. You might want to use the description of the bed to imply that there's a space. A 4-poster bed that had seen better days. Again, like it's what you want to do is describe without telling the reader that you're giving them vital information. If you do it well, the reader thinks they're clever by the time you're done. But yeah, after that, here you need to give the reader an indication that an explanation is coming. And that the best way to do is by interaction. And you may have in mind right now that Nadia knows what's going on. My question would be, does she have to know? And if she has to know, remember, there are other guards there. One of them can raise the question of why. It doesn't matter that the Dragon Rider have authority. When you break protocol that much, somebody can easily speak up. Then they're reprimanded about breaking protocol, and then Rita, and maybe she wants to hint to Elliot that things aren't as they seem. I don't know that part. But then you can use that, the guard goes, wait a minute, why not just burning here? And literally, you can just have her look at her, have her go, I have my reasons. Are you going to question me? And that's all it's needed. Because now you've told the reader there is a reason. Instead of just implying it and hoping the reader gets it. Again, you don't want to imply. And in this situation, Elliot does not want to imply, because anytime he implies, the captain has a reason to interrupt. Because you got to remember, he's telling a story to someone who doesn't know what happened. The captain doesn't know the Dragon Riders, as far as we know, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you want to avoid implying. Again, you don't have to give all the answers, but if you know that the answers are coming, you at least need to let the reader know that they're coming. You have 2 options: peaceful, allowing the guards to place you in cuffs, or we have to batter you around. Batter you around? That's... Oh, okay. It's bat you around. It's not batter. It's we'll have to bat you around. Then you get dragged into jail. I take a quick look around, a quick account of the room. Can't fight my way out of this. I couldn't fight my way out of a school. Wait, what? I couldn't fight my way out of a school? Okay, I'll admit that we have not seen him fight. So is the... Okay, all right. So that's the... Okay, if that is the implication, we're good. Much less 2 riders and guards. Peaceful. Good. First, take off the cloak, leave it on the ground. Rita's eyes are firm. She doesn't want to fight or a thief to have more tools. This feels mind reading a little bit. The eyes being firm, okay. She doesn't want to fight. That's a bit of a... It is supposed to be mind reading? Okay. All right. Pulls out as I remove the clasp and let it fall to the ground. Yes, there is a first time for everything. One of the guard roughly grabs my wrist and pulls my arms forward. He is using what we call screw cuffs. The cuffs, they go around my wrist, but they use a key to screw them tight, then a secondary lock. Okay, he's talking to the... Well, no, okay. Nah, okay, it's right, all right. It's supposed to feel like he's reading his mind. Okay. Reading her mind, okay. He's using what we call screw cuffs. Okay. I'm not a fan of the language, but this is Elliot telling a story, so I have to give it looseness. Oh, it's not that. It's that it doesn't feel like someone would speak normally. But he's telling a story, so he's saying things in a way purposefully, and there might be a reason for that. And I can't question and bring up every little times where the wording is off. I wasn't questioning the existence. I'm questioning how it's told. But again, like I said, he's telling a story. I'm forcing myself to remember this is not narration. Okay, here's the thing. He's using screw cuffs. It's not that we call them that, it's what they are. To me, it's what we call that just feels off. But like I said, this is not narration, capital N. This is Elliot telling a story. So there might be a reason why he's adding that. Because again, like it comes back to what I said about the captain. If there's a reveal down the line that the captain has a history as a thief, then these are elements that make sense. They come across as he's trying to poke at the captain's memories. You know, what we call screw cuff, because the captain would know what they are. Like he's drawing attention. Again, I don't know if ultimately that's going to be it. But if that were to be it, then on rereading, that would actually make sense. Like, it bugs me right now. And if this was narration, capital N, I would literally tell you to cut it. And the other, you know, again, like that's, yeah. but they use a key to screw them tight, then a secondary lock. Definitely prepared for me. First smart decision you've made your entire visit, Rita says, grabbing my cuffs and the key from the guard. Nadia smiles as I get dragged past her. I'll wrap up here, Rita. When Nadia thinks I can't hear, the tip was true. I've never been real close to a dragon. Not like this. The tan dragon glanced me up and down. The dragon's eyes. Okay, we've got dragon 3 times. Some of them have to go. And at this point, even in the fact that it's that he's telling the story, there's a line to be walked between intent. Like, is there a point in him when he's talking to the captain repeating the word dragon 3 times? I can't work out a reason because they've come up left, right, and center, and nothing's ever been made. So, I've never been real close to a dragon, not like this. The tan one glances up at me and glances me up and down. Its eyes are a deep brown, and up close I see it has a mane of short hair like a horse. Short hair. I would, if Elliot would know what they're actually called, I would look it up. Because it has a name. It's not hair. I'm pretty sure it's not hair. If he doesn't have a reason, then okay. Its front claws are curved like scimitars, but the back claws are hooked. It isn't fat, but it has a wide body and a tail that seems to be the length of its body. Again, we're repeating body here. I would go... and a tail that seems to be the same length. Mr. Sinclair, Cress will drop you if you fight. You wriggle too much, I push you. Oh, I push over. I push over you. I think this would be I push you over. If you live, I will scrap you up, broken bones and all, before tossing you into a cell. If you find a way to get free from your cuff and fight me, Chris will turn his head around and eat you whole. Are we clear? After a long pause. Mr. Sinclair, do you understand? I understand that giving half a chance, you will kill me one way or another. Happy? I reply. Let me say this about Rita. She's attractive. But I had no idea how strong she is. Because this is past, this will have to be past. She was. I had no idea how strong she was. She wraps a rope around my cuff to the horn of her saddle. Once I'm secure, she tosses me onto the saddle, resting on my stomach. The dragon takes off the moment she sits. I do not recommend having a dragon take off and putting all the pressure on your stomach. Take off, putting all the pressure on your stomach. It makes you want to vomit. But I did not give them the satisfaction, even with the world spinning below me. Must be the sudden change in the height. First time flying on the back of a dragon. Maybe it's turning in circle to disorient me. But in the end, it angles to the castle and flaps more. The scales on the dragon's neck okay. Where is the saddle? Behind or before Rita? So Rita is sitting on top of him? He's lying around the horn. Okay. So that would be in front of her. The horn is in front. Yeah, because she wraps the rope around the cuff of the horn of the saddle. That's just the rope. Once I'm secure, she tosses me into the saddle. That's not the horn. If he's in the saddle, and if she's sitting in the saddle as well, she's sitting on top of him. If he's around the horn, you're going to want to at least write it like that. And then the horn is what's pressing in his stomach. And that's a ball, maybe bigger than that, but that's a ball like that pressing in the stomach. That will hurt. That will be definitely okay. If he's there, I'm okay with him being close enough to tell what the scales on the neck are like. Scales on the dragon's neck are all triangular in shape. They overlap one another, probably from its nose to its tail. The arm and leg tuck up against its body during flight for some reason. Whether it's the dragon or Rita, there isn't a dirty spot anywhere. Maybe I just can't find one. But it gives me something to do while being taken to my death. I don't even worry about their mysterious dipper. Really? There's only one possibility, buddy. If it's somebody other than Rose, there's some explaining to do in the story. All right. Okay. I would start with him. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, I have to question, why is he not thinking it up? Because they have a history of betraying each other that way. So why is he not thinking about it? And honestly, like if you want to not tell the reader okay, so here I would start with this line. And the reason is that just starting with the description of the neck, of the dragon neck, feels completely out of nowhere. So I would start with something like to have something to do while being taken to my death. I checked the dragon. Been that close to one before. And yes, this is definitely a me thing. Elliot doesn't talk like that, doesn't tell the story like that. But yeah, like I said, I do feel that you are really, really, you are not taking advantage of a first person. And then then you can go, the scales on the dragon's neck are all triangular in shape. They overlap. Because now we've established why he's doing that. The arm, leg stuck in the body for no reason. Whether it's the dragon or Rita, there's not a dispute. Or maybe I just can't find one. I don't even worry about, it means I don't even worry about their mysterious tipper. I'm an idiot some days. Why did I think dragons change their size? In the center of the courtyard is an open hole. The high walls make sense now. No one could see the dragons hide underground when they aren't flying above. Magic shrinking. Come on, Elliot. Okay. You are hoping that this is why he doesn't think of Rose as the tipper? It's more like he tells. Okay, so he knows. So at this point, he knows that it's Rose. And I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying he knows. From his point of view, it is Rose. Because one way you can imply, without telling the reader, that he knows who that is just italize mysterious. Because it means I don't need to worry about their mysterious tipper. You know, meaning it's not as mysterious as they want him to think. Just that is enough. And I would kind of say that it comes back to the... At this point, the captain has enough information to ask him, okay, how can you think it's a mysterious tipper? It's a Rose. Or go with quotes. Yes. Yeah, you're right. It's mental talk in your book. How many years? Okay, for all the action happening inside the dragon's hole. Youch! Oh, some people are going to really have fun with that one. None of it matters as I watch the ground rise up. Well, we're landing, but it doesn't feel that way for the first time. I struggled as I want free. My survival kicks in. I wake up in a jail cell. My hands are free. You don't need them now. And someone has put me in a prisoner's uniform. I would flip it around. I would describe what it is. In a gray, threadbare tunic and pants. A prisoner's uniform. For once, I'm glad it's so light. The heat in the cell is like a sunny summer day. So it means that it's nice and comfortable. This is not really an indication of how hot it might be. A sunny summer day is very, 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 very vague. Alrighty. Enjoy. I'll be here. A lizard seems like it is what I do. Yeah. I like I won't point out everything, but if something catches my attention, how much do I read per session? If you look at the chat reward, it should say between 2,000 and 2,500 words. And what I actually, that is there because I am confident that no matter how little I'm familiar with your work, I can probably get through that in the time frame. But ultimately, I will get through as much of the text that is in front of me as I can. Like Elliot, like Kulimp has given me 7,500 words, a couple of chapters, 3 chapters, 10, 11, 12, 13, 10, 11, 12, 13, 4 chapters. We may not get through all of that. That is a lot of word, and as you can tell, I have a lot to say about what's there. But Amidst, who is another writer, I've done this a lot. After the first few sessions, her writing is clean. I could easily get 10,000 words done. Not because I don't say anything, but because it's so clean that I have little else to say. Like I would point out places where I don't feel it works, but it's not as intensive as with Kulimp. Welcome back. But yes, I give 2,000 to 2,500 words because I'm confident I can do that. Like if I cannot do that, the work being put before me probably needs a couple of more drafts before it should be put before someone. All right. Wake up myself. Okay, like I said, a sunny summer day is not the descriptive you think it is. When I read that, I imagine myself, on the beach, nice and relaxing, comfortable. And again, that's why being vague doesn't work, because you're leaving to the reader to decide what that means, and you're hoping they're going to come up with the same thing you did. The cell is what I expected. No bell, barely straw on the ground, a butt in the corner I can use to relieve myself. Some kind of smooth, solid stone makes up the walls and floors. No windows. No window, and of course, iron bars make up my final wall. I mean, okay, if it's warm, that works. But for him to say that he's glad that it's light, the implication of heat to me doesn't match sunny summer day. I would go with something like noon. At the height of summer. That's hot. But again, like it's vagueness that doesn't often work. Couldn't just keep painting, could you? Read a lean against a wall. It's not a wall, it's a very specific one. Well, this is okay, but this is why vagueness doesn't work. I'm Canadian. Summer is long enough that I will get cold days. I will get warm days. I'll get comfortable days. I'll get fucking hot days. But that's the thing, is that you cannot expect everyone to have your frame of reference. So you need to add more specificity. And when possible, you want that specificity to be linked to something you've established about the character speaking, especially in first person. So if you had a place where Elliot talks about what the summers where he lives or grew up were like, well, now you can go, there's a frame of reference for the way he's telling it, but I don't recall anything like that. Granted, my memory sucks, but it's just, okay. So yeah, she doesn't lean against a random wall, because the only way he gets to see her is she's leaning against, I would say, the opposite wall, but that's just me, the wall that's there. I stay quiet and lean against, okay. We have lean against wall, to mirror her. So you don't need to lean against wall. I stay quiet and mirror her. It's right there. Why were you robbing that merchant? She asks. Fuck it. A job so I can complete another job. It's supposed to be a footstep. Footstep? Okay, I would go with stepping stone, but I can see footstep. Who is the contract with? With a laugh? Yeah, that isn't happening. Might as well starve and beat me. Then I can start listing names that will keep you writers busy for decades. Okay. If she is an experienced enforcer of the law, she knows that torture doesn't work. And he literally says it, and I'm not saying to change anything, but I don't know what's coming down the line. 2, they have access to magic, don't they? So, there's a question. Well, actually, they have access to magic, but I don't believe that you state that mind reading magic is a thing. You have truth telling, but you do not. You've never stated mind reading. So okay. But all right. Her face says it all. She isn't happy. I know. Well, Okay, he's telling. I don't see why he needs to say it's on her face when he says she isn't happy. It feels worthy for nothing. You don't get it. You're going to die one way or another. Dragon's fire is quick, hanging isn't. Hanging is slow, and it takes at least 5 minutes of not being able to breathe. Still, with the physical and depth and psychological abuse, don't know who turned on me. First time being caught. She kicks the bars. Don't take this lightly. Let me educate you. Harrison works for Dragonfall. What you did? What did you think you were stealing? Some list of grievances? I say nothing. Let's see if she reveals more. After 5 minutes of silence, nothing. She stays the course and waits for me to talk. That would be a question, actually. All I give is silence. I do not roll. Well, again, he's telling a story, so okay. Half an hour passes before she leaves. I know interrogation tactics. The desire to talk rises, then it's a matter of time to bait an angry response. But here's where I will end. But here is where I will end up breaking. No light. I can't count days. Okay. This is the last phrase is. This is weird. Like what? What is this? Here is where I will end up breaking. No light. I can't count days or hours. So what he's saying is that he knows that it's only a question of time before he breaks. Okay. You are a really... This falls under their implying... Yeah. I know interrogation tactics. I know the desire to talk rises, then it's a matter of time to bait it. It's a matter of time to bait an angry response. Now again, like I'm going. It's going to sound more like the way I would write it, but something to the effect of. You want directness. It like I said, it's implied, but you're hoping. And then there's a question: why does Elliot feel the need to imply it? Like he's telling the story. In this darkness, I will break. I can't even know how long it's going to be since I can't count days or hours. Again, like it's a question of directness. But as I said, this probably sounds more like how I write stuff rather than the way Elliot is. But again, as I've said before, you want to avoid implying, because you're just hoping that the reader will get what you mean. I'm a proponent of directness. There are places where being obtuse serves the story, but most of the time it doesn't. Sometime later, normally I would object to that. Normally I would definitely object to that, but we've just established he can't count time, so I'm actually okay with it. A man opens the door and hands me a cup. Drink. It's only water, he says. I sniff it. Before drinking. It doesn't smell poison or drug. If it is, they are clever. Do we need that? Once I finish, he snatches the cup. Yeah, okay. The cup itself comes up a couple. Yeah, okay. And walks out. The candle on the wall might work as a way to track time, but that candle lasts a while. I can't tell if it's again. We've got candle 1, 2, 3. So you're going to want to remove. I would remove 3 of them. Might be asking, why not just pick the lock? Surely you can do that. Simple. Someone is probably waiting for that. I don't trust Ryder. If I were them, I would have a person waiting for the break. They know I'm a thief, a stupid one for falling for that trap, but I might be able to escape from a cell. Feels like 2 days later. The candle has been replaced twice. Okay, that I like that. A person comes with a cup of water when they do so. A larger rider wearing heavy plate armor stops in front of the cell. He's wearing a helmet with slits only wide enough to see his brown eyes. The armor is clean and polished. Can never be too sure with your kind. I'm High General Kendrick Novick. You're one of my few guests. Before we get into anything, if you promise to be truthful, I promise to be kind. I can assume you have a grudge against Dragonfall. Would you say that is an accurate statement? I stay quiet. It's a lure for any answer they already know. That is when they transition to things they want to get out of me. They're going to do it this way? Is it really the way it has to be? How about this? You answer my questions honestly, and I give you privileges. You know, like a bed, book, maybe even good food in the information if the information you give me turns out to be true. So, who are your co-conspirator? This time, he walks into the cell and slams his fist into my stomach. You should just tell him the truth. A voice calls in my head. This needs to be addressed. Okay, unless you tell me that Elliot not addressing it in the story is purposeful, that it's something else he's letting slip. Because but then it still needs to be addressed. You cannot leave it to the reader you cannot hope that the reader will work that out. Wait a minute. Well, no, actually, but it needs to be addressed in the moment. If I start hearing voices, I don't wait until some other time to think about it. Now, there is a bit of a leeway. But again, like, it doesn't need to be explained. It needs to be addressed. A voice calls in my head. If I wasn't busy almost retching, I'd be able to wonder what kind of drug they managed to slip me. This is the thing. We as people don't wait when something's out of the ordinary. We are going to act on it immediately, or at least address it. And no W's, okay. And that's the thing, like, it doesn't have to be explained. Like, I have a bit of extra information, so I know what's going on. I don't know the why, but I know what's going on. But Elliot doesn't. Or, again, he may not want the captain to get immediately that he knows it. You know, and we, the reader, is the captain. Elliot, it doesn't have to be this way. He pushes me over while I clutch my stomach. I cough hard, making it worse since my stomach hurts. Who told you to target Harrison? After 15 seconds of quiet, he kicks me in the ribs. Why? Silence and a fresh wave of pain, this time in my shoulder. Because this means you're doing this the hard way. Think about the small amount of pain I've given you and reflect. You will be fed, but if you are anywhere near disrespectful to my subordinate, you're going to learn to fly. I hope I've made myself clear. The door closes, and I hate that I'm not going to talk. The High General is going to return, and he's going to beat me more, but whoever set me up should be laughing about now. Rose has to be the one who did it. She's the only one who knew it was what I was going to do. And this is why the putting it in quotes upstairs previously is going to make a sense, because he has to know. He's not that stupid. Possible. Now, I don't like. How could it be someone else? Even knowing what I know, I don't roll over. There's a problem with that. There is a problem. Okay, essential. He's already admitted he's going to break. Like, you know, even even if the wording changed, like you said, he knows that he will break. So him saying, I don't roll over, feels off. Again, like if you know, the way I would handle it is I would have him question, is this it? If you've read anything of mine, my characters are really big on questioning their decisions. Like, you know, why, and you know, then coming to a conclusion that, you know what, I'm not somebody who's just going to roll over. Even, you know, when I'll break when I break, but I will not do so willingly. Something like that. Who is Rose? The voice in my head is back. Must be the water. It has to be drugged. If I ignore it, the voice should go away. They are going to keep me alive. Maybe the water has a truth potion in it. That could be one of the certain potion Lana told me about in the shadow. You don't take drinks from stranger because everyone was afraid of drinking an alchemist's concoction and melting. The way rumors start is amazing. If truth potions are something that he considers possible, I question why he drank the water. Or rather, why he drank the water so willingly, if he knows that that is a possibility. Like, if I know that something can be slipped in my water that will make me tell them what they want to know, I don't drink. I might break when I'm parched and dying of thirst. At that point, yeah, I might drink at that point. But I would have to reach that point. So I would either... Yeah, but here's the thing. This is not people believe that there might be... It's his. He believes it. He believes that it's a possibility. If he believes it's possible, he needs to act on that belief. So if you want it to just be something other people believe, then you would want to rephrase that. Somebody other than me might believe that there's a truth portion in it, but I know that those things aren't true, and then you can go with the rest. And that's the thing, is that the way it's worded, it's his belief about the truth potion. And if he believes that's possible, he has to act as if that's what he's been given, or as if it's in the water. Because otherwise, he is taking a chance that he will tell them everything they want to know. Okay. I wait for the food and sit with my back against the wall. The pain eases. Don't need the away. Eases away over time. Rita brings me oatmeal. Will you behave yourself? She asks as if I have a choice. I nod, not saying a word. Not going to give her the satisfaction. Silence it is. She sets the bowl at my feet. It's only going to get worse. We could have incinerated you on the spot, but we're going to make an example of you. The oatmeal is filling. Not tasty, but filling. No salt, no sugar, no cinnamon. Were you ever going to finish the painting? She stays near the bars while I eat. It's bait, but I nod. Practice makes perfect. Not that perfection can ever come from art. Art is always changing. Okay. I would like to know who's talking here, because either one of them could be saying this. I know that we're sort of respecting it, but she, him, she. But I would still like, something like, she mused. Not that perfection can ever come from art. Art is always changing. It's just because there's a slight element of confusion here. And people draw different meaning from the same piece. Your painting, for example, has a hope in it. The sun setting on the day, nothing is on fire. It's peaceful. Nadia says it shows your hatred for Dragonfall. Described it as the sun setting on an empire, the out-of-focus castle. But the terrain around the castle looks so much better. Guess that's why people are saying art is political. You end up seeing what you want. I would like to think my interpretation is more accurate, but High General doesn't see the value in understanding a person through their art. Okay. Is this a title? Is she referring to High General as the person in charge? Its rank? Is he the only one with that rank? Okay, then what I would do is capitalize it. High General. If you don't want to capitalize it, then it would be but the High General. Doesn't see the value in understanding a person through their art. I hold the bowl up, and when she doesn't take it, I put it on the ground. With my foot, I push it closer to her. She leans down and picks it up. Good. Well, I'm going to say what time of day it is, Mr. Sinclair. She says, closing the door behind her. She isn't a bad person. The voice wants my attention. I can't give into it. It must be the food and water. Some of the people in the shadows like using drugs to alter your perception. They might hear colors, see sound, but mostly it's just so they can escape this world. We should just fly away then. As if people could just fly away, but that isn't my main concern. It's escape. 3 meals before I test the door. They've been using a key, so it can be picked. If they give me 3 meals a day, I've been there 1 day. Except that contradicts what you've established before, because he worked out 2 days by the candle. Again, that needs to be addressed. Or you need to work out which one is correct. It's intentional. All right. Let me see how the interludes start. Okay. Why? Explain to me why Elliot feels that it's important that he points out that he's making mistakes. The problem with that is that both of them are him working things out. He's just not saying, I've been here 1 day. He's saying, because of this, I know I've been here 1 day. And not that far before that, like it's close enough that I don't see why he makes that mistake. But why? What does he gain with this lie? What is the point of him lying about that? Because you remember, if it's intentional, not if you're good at it. That's the issue. That's the thing. Liars who lie for a living, like Elliot, they're good at it. Some things might slip, but this feels like this, for it to be a mistake, like it's happening not far. Well, okay, actually, you might know. It's happening not far in the narrative. But how much time? All right. Feels like 2 days later. The candle's been replaced twice. So this implies that he has slept. Okay. But he's telling the story. No time actually passes. You see, this is the thing. Like, no time actually passes. This is not even 1,000 word, which means that as Elliot is telling the story, 5 minutes has passed, maybe 10. Like, it's so close together that how did he forget that he said 2 days before? That's the issue I have, is that this is happening so close together that, you know, he should remember what he's already said. So, you know, as a slip, to me, it doesn't work. Because that's the thing, he's not living it. He is recounting it. So the only time that passes is the words on the actual page. Everything else is something that happened in the past. So I can't count that as enough time having passed. Like, if this was narration, capital N, then okay, you know, days could have passed, and then I could go with that. But it's like, it's, you know, a few minutes apart. And as a slip, it doesn't work. Like, you know, here, something as simple as, oh, so I was wrong. You know, it's either one day, if I get 3 meals a day, or they're not feeding me 3 times a day because of the candle. Like, you know, as a Elliot is making a mistake, I don't think it works. Not enough time has passed between one lie and the other. He's a thief. Lying is part of it. To me, it doesn't work. That I'm really getting hung up on it. You will have to make a decision about it when you redraft this. All right. Is there anything specific in this chapter that you would like me to take a look again, or you're good on this chapter? All righty. So move on to the interlude. The captain laughed. So, if that part is true, the treason charge makes sense. But did you really expect to get away? Elliot laughed. Laughed with him as he stretched his arm out. No one paid attention to him directly. Not one bit. I keep saying it, but I expected to die. Whose voice is in your head? Robbins asked. She warmed her hand again against the fire. The air was chilly, and most of the mercenaries rubbed their arms or put coats on. The ones that were awake. Termista thought nothing of it. Half of his band was awake. That was more than enough to restrain the traitor, if it came to it. I'm getting there. Food is fantastic, all things said. Termista sat next to the fire. Hasn't that been already established, or did he move at some point? If it's about or establishing where he is in relationship to Elliot, making it directly in relationship to Elliot would make more sense. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Over the night, he had moved back and forth. It's not believable, your story. I can buy you slipping the truth wizard and even getting to Deacon. But a writer not killing you outright? Not believable. Not to mention the Adobe thing. Okay. Pick a name. Unless it's really close by, stick with something like you've got it Elliot here. We're far enough that it could be Elliot. You want to alternate when it has to be close by. When it when it leaves two real answer, then it leaves two real answer, doesn't it? Either she fell in love with me, or the writer sense that I wasn't a bad person. One of the mercs laughed. That would be hilarious. A dragon rider falling in love with a thief. Oh, next they're going to say you took a queen to bed. Another added, or 5 women you didn't have to pay. The laughter filled the night, but Temista looked off in the distance. He stared for a couple of minutes before returning to the fire. He's already at the fire. Elliot waited for the captain to return before he continued the story. Again, he's already there. So you're going to want to either establish that he's not at the fire, or adjust it for him to already being there. Or, well, then this, yeah, that worked, but then this line here doesn't work. But that one's easily adjusted, waited for the captain to focus on him before he continued this story. Yeah. Okay. Are we still waiting for the explanation of why he hasn't been burned? Well, actually, yes, we are. Okay. Yeah. I keep having to remind myself, Elliot is telling a story. This is not narration. This is not impartial narration. And I'm telling you, because you have things so neutral, that is why I keep getting thrown and keep going back to thinking this is pure narration. The High General comes in once in between meal. Comes once in between. Only one of the inn is required. Integrates me while beating me and leaves. After the third bowl of oatmeal, I find a piece of sturdy straw. Testing the lock is hard. The straw bends under very little pressure, and it keeps snapping when I try. Have you tried just breathing fire on it? That works. I can live without the voice in my head. It's always there giving commentary on my situation. And the voice is always giving answers like I'm a dragon. I can't breathe fire, can't kick, pull, what? Can't kick, pull down the door, something's missing here. Something as simple as a comma, probably. Can't breathe fire, can't kick, pull down the door, can't fly. Okay, so the pull doesn't belong there. Can't kick down the door, can't fly. The voice is definitely a woman's voice, soft and feminine. A little bit like leaves rustled by a soft wind. I like that. The voice never fails to take any compliment. Considered talking yet? Novik asks. I stand and wait. I'll take that as a no. Who sent you? The voice is playful, but annoyed. His. Because we have the voice in his head, you're going to want to be a little more specific. His. So his voice is playful but annoyed. When I don't answer, the punch. A punch to my stomach. Come on, Elliot. We all know there is no honor amongst thieves. You're taking a lot. You're taking a lot of punishment, especially since what is that word they used? Someone rolled on you. That makes me think you're just here being punished. Do you like being beaten? Apparently you do. He lets me fall to the ground. If you work with me, I can work with you. Do you want to get laid? Don't know many men or women who want to fuck a traitor for pleasure. Don't know many men. There needs to be a but something after that. Something like, don't know many men or women who wants to fuck a traitor for pleasure, but I'm sure I'll manage. Something. I'm guessing this needs... This... I'm guessing this needs to be italicized. Ignore it, Elliot. It's bait. Oh, it's bait. Another kick to the stomach. Did you know who you were robbing? He lifts me up and backhands me. His heart isn't in this beating. Was it part of a bigger plan? Another strike. How did poorly painting the castle at sunset count into your goals? Is that bait too? Keep my mouth shut along with my thought. Okay, I need to know who says this then. Why would it be bolded? It shouldn't. I mean, bold, I don't go from bold to italics. But why would it be bolded? What does bold... Oh, you mean italicized and bold? Talking into Elliot's head. Okay, so this is Elliot. That is not Elliot? Who has a reason to question? Oh. Let me check something. Okay, well, all right. You say sure. Okay, the thing is, because they're all the same, at this point, I have treated them properly. Because I have been treating them as mental communication. So you'll have to point me, if there's a place that starts where it's just Elliot thinking, you'll have to point that out to me at that point. But my question remains, who has a reason to ask that of Elliot? Because previously the mental voice warns him that something is bait, meaning that it has a way of getting information. So okay, wait a minute. So that it was not supposed to be italic? Okay. Then it needs to be reworked. But the problem is, he's telling a story. There is no internal thought. He is telling the story. So this would have to be, I ignore it. It's bait. Because he's talking to someone. Again, like that's the thing. You cannot go from first person to third. It has to remain the same the entire time. And Elliot is telling a story. Okay, what's bait? So then that's the mental. Okay, all right. With that, it makes sense. So now that's resolved, that one here makes sense as well. I keep my mouth shut along with my thoughts, because that was just a bad painting, even for a novice. Biggest problem when you have a short lifespan, you can't develop those skills as much as a writer can. In a century, you might be a good artist, unless your act led right back to this moment, then you would still be a traitor and still going to die. He shakes his hand. Well, see how long this defiance holds up. From what I've heard, most prisoners don't receive this treatment. The general leaves again as I slump back to the ground, and the voice spends more time trying to get my attention. It's just an effect of whatever drug they are giving me. Never heard voices before the water. You would have heard my voice either way. It was meant to be. If I don't engage the voice, it should go away. She would go away. If I ignore her, she will go away. What's wrong with you? Rita stands. Is there a time gap? Between those two? No, okay. In the cell, as she sets the bowl of oatmeal on the ground. Can I tell her I'm hearing voices? Would she believe me? You had a faraway look in your eyes. Can't tell how long you've been here. Can't tell you how long you've been here, but that's never a good look. It's a couple of minutes, and it completely misses Rita. No, that's fine. It was mainly because it felt like that was a possibility. Mine starts to break without realizing it. Your stepfather has been questioned. For the first time, I falter. I stop eating. Her eyes lock on me. Go on? I'm interested too. What about him? I can't decide who's more annoying, the voice or Rita. I don't know his name. I didn't ask. He married my mother while I was still in the shadow. Don't give them anything more, Elliot. She smiles broadly. Oh, we know, but you finally broke. That's the important thing. Mr. Puffin was cleared over a month, long before you were caught. You're smart, but you're not the only smart person on Dragonfall. You want to say something negative, don't you? I grimace. You're being used as a sex object, you know that, right? You don't say, she mocks. Of course, I know. But guess who's kept you alive? It's because you look like the type that has a bigger plot. You know what that position gave you? It's a really good spot to see who is coming and going from the castle. Count our numbers. Try to learn our routine. Visiting all the sewers entrance. A full walkthrough of the city. Did you think we can only see you if you can see us? Dragons have amazing eyesight. Your false sense of security when you thought I wasn't watching. The one, Mr. Sinclair, used to have a friend who said instinct goes a long way. I know my face is giving something away. That's a common phrase amongst thieves, but I don't hear it often in other professions. She watches me intently. Doesn't know my skill. Dame says says the same thing. Follow your instinct. They may lead you down unusual path, but it's normally the right path. Now the voice is back and agreeing with the writer. I agree with the thought of course, instinct goes a long way. Fuck it. I'll trade a question of equal worth, I say after I finish the food. Interesting. Who determines value? My question is, were you about to kill me the first dusk you saw me painting? We both know that is little value. I sat down. Shrub her chin. But I want a two-part. Did you buy the house for your mother with the intention of gaining access to Dragonfall at a later date? And did your mother know? Yes and no. However, let me add that she always wanted to live on Dragonfall. She would have died saving for even the chance to get to Dragonfall. I love her, but she would have never had the money to buy a house. When I came into money, I gave my mother a gift she wouldn't be able to give herself. That's so sweet. Rita nods her head. Unless she's going to nod something other than her head, that is not needed. If you had turned around that night, you would have seen my sword in hand. I didn't trust you. I was right, of course. But that gut feeling told me not to strike you down. Let me guess. We shouldn't expect more from you. Correct? I didn't want someone else to be punished for my actions. I sat in the corner, resting my arms on my knees. There is plenty of space between me and Rita. Okay. One detail that is missing through pretty much all of that is Elliot's pain. I get that he's telling a story, but does he want the captain to forget about that? The fact that he's been beaten repetitively. Nothing big needs to be done, but especially when he moves, would be places where, the captain can be reminded that he's in pain during that point. She picks up the bowl and leaves. May have got you. It may have been a week, and it feels good to have spoken a bit. You can talk to me. The voice is persistent today. If my sense of time is completely dulled, then in 2 hours, the candle will be changed. And I feel like this should be isn't. If my sense of time isn't completely dull yet, then in 2 hours, the candle will be changed. An hour after that, I'll get some sleep. Maybe Rita will slip soon, and I'll be able to keep a spoon. With one of those wooden spoons, I can use it to pick the lock. A metal spoon. Haven't had one of those yet. Even easier. I'm not fond of the exact treatment. They have done this before and understand the limit of the body. Just enough food, just enough water, walk around the cell, fine, but I don't have the energy to exercise. I'll ask again. Would he want the captain to remember that he's in pain? That he was in pain? I am not just a voice in your head. She isn't going away. Thank you. You realize the truth, and thank you for not calling me a nit this time. This is such a stupid idea. I project my own thought at the voice. I'm not just a disembodied voice. Then what are you? I make sure to keep aware of my surrounding. I'm a dragon, of course. Ha ha ha. I thought out loud too. Don't laugh at me. No, this is just funny. I'm communicating with an hallucination of a creature I don't like. I've never met a dragon worth a shit. The voice huff. Really? Then you haven't met any good dragons then. Then Dame says we aren't a monolith, just like humans. One of your kind does not represent all of our kind. All of your kind. My mental breakdown has moral dragons. Wonderful. I'm not a mental breakdown. You are mentally fine, a thief, sure, but sane enough. If you are a dragon and talking with your mind at me, how did you know I was a thief? I never told you. The voice laughed. Chris told me, of course. Dragons talk to one another. Fine, dragon. If that is what you really are, how can you talk to my mind? We are bonding, of course. It takes time. I'm a rider. This is how I know you're not real. If you were in my mind, you would know I intend to destroy as many dragon eggs as possible to hurt the riders. I can't read your memories, but that is a horrible thing to do. Most of the clutch are innocent. You defended your dame's husband, your stepfather. Innocent should never be punished. A roar from deep in the castle shakes me to my core. I wrap my arms around my legs. Terror, honest terror, that's new. Some dragon must be pissed off. My hand grips the thin pants, and I hold on for dear life when the second roar rips through the air. Oh. What? Oh, dragon of my mind? Then they might know about our conversation, and you threaten my clutch mates. My hallucination is very detailed. Several guards run past the cell. As far as I can tell, there is only one cell. It's in the center of a long hallway. No one notices me as they run past. This would be the best moment to escape. She wants blood. Many of the riders just got here and are trying to calm her, not telling her anything in the future. Horrible thing to say, harming innocent. My dragon, if that is real, then shouldn't the Den Dame know where I am? She would be clawing her way here to Mr. Sinclair. Rita snaps her finger in my face. I blink my eyes a couple of times. Yes? You've been summoned. I need to cuff you. Stand up and hold out your hands. After standing and doing as she requests, she leads me further into the castle, the same direction the soldiers ran earlier. Mr. Sinclair, I don't know what has changed, but the Den Dame has called for you directly and by name, something we haven't shared with her. I chuckled. So, is this a nice-to-know-me situation? You might need a broom? She shrugs. Don't know. The roars you heard were from the Den Dame. Something angered her. Left here. Okay, make a left. The halls are all the same, foot by foot, and half gray stones stacked on top on each other. Unlike the cell, I can see the gaps in the stone. Even the floor is the same gray stone. Candles light our way, and away from the cell, they are 15 feet apart. The roar drops me to the ground as I hold my ears, but that is short when Rita pulls me back to my feet. I don't know that you need that is short, but Rita pulls me back to my feet and pushes. Basically, that indicates that it happens relatively quickly. I don't think that we need any more indication of how short the time period was. The hallway opens up. You probably don't need the up. The hallway opens up and gets much larger. Several guards stand on each side of the iron door. Novik stands in front of the door, talking through it, trying to calm the dragon down. Fuck it, have the thief. He turns to me. Open the door, let the thief in. He isn't walking out the doors with any eggs. This is dialogue, so I'm actually going to let it pass. The two doors right next to each other. Major Gordon, are you sure you want to go in there? She's very angry. It's up to you, but I would prefer you live. I'm sure, sir. The Den Dame isn't going to let anything happen. And she's angry at him, not me, Rita replies. Novik tilts his head and the man working the door. To the man working the door, and they open wide enough for Rita to push me through. The doors, and they open wide enough. Okay, the doors are open. Okay. All right. Any specific spot you want me to look at here? And I will be right back. Good on this chapter. All right. The room is full of eggs. Most of them are unhatched. Is there a reason to indicate that there would be eggshells on the ground? Okay, then I would flip it around. Instead of pointing out that most are unhatched, I would indicate that there are eggshells on the ground for where a few eggs would stand. It we notice what's out of the ordinary. Again, it comes back to if it's what's expected, eggs they won't be called eggs if they're not looking like an egg, if they're not unhatched. So when looking over a room of eggs, what we will mentally notice is not that most of them are unhatched, but there's a few who have hatched. So I would flip it like that. So I would go, the room is full of eggs. Sitting in alcoves lining the wall. That gives us situation. That gives us a general layout. Then I would add with a few holding only the shells, the broken shells. Is it important that a few of the eggs are a little smaller than the others? Not all day. Okay, then I would do that. Instead of almost all the eggs are big enough, the eggs vary in size. With some so big I wouldn't be able to touch the fingertips if I had one. Again, unless a ratio is really important, directness works better. Figured if I hugged one, each one is at least, okay, so, and around the height of my waist. A heavy mist comes up to my ankles. Along the blackened walls is a gap, and in that gap is fire. You don't need to say that there's a gap and then what's in the gap. Along the blackened wall, there is fire in a gap, or in the gap. If nothing else, it avoids repeating gap twice. Fire runs the length of the wall, keeping the den lit up. Okay. Because again, I noticed that you have a tendency to give description in going from the small to the large, which is unconventional both in how we tend to notice things and how we tend to describe things. Because we tend to go from large to small. So I would expect to first get the description. Fire runs down the length of a gap in the wall, and then the consequence of that, keeping the den lit up and blackening the stone around it. Now, having said that, having done that, there is an argument to be made that Elliot might look at things differently. If you go that route, what I would say is that you'll need to go over everything and make sure that that remains very consistent. Now, I get the sense, mainly because you've done this different version of this line, that is not the intention. That it's simply, like I have a tendency of flipping phrases around. This is something you have a tendency to do out of reflex, like it. But there is an argument to be made that Elliot could see things differently. It's just that then you have to remain consistent about it. But yes, in general, people take the large view and then narrow it down. Cuffs off. The den dame roars, hidden somewhere in the room. Rita doesn't hesitate, and the moment they are off, she steps away from me. In the center of the room, one of the weapons you might need to destroy Dragon's Egg, a mace, metal from the handle. Again, you've just done it again. But again, this is him telling a story. So this, and I'm going to leave it as is, mainly because this he could do for effect. I can justify that he does this for effect. It is there. Take the weapon. At least she isn't warring. Harm my children. Do it, if you can. I don't look back, but I feel Rita's eyes on my back. On the back of my head. While in theory this is not the same back as before, it's still very close. And with her being behind him, I feel Rita's eyes on me kind of tells us what we need to know. The mace. Okay, yep, I don't look over my shoulder. Yep, that. Then yeah. If you remove one of the back, the other one can stay. The mace is heavy. So I'm guessing here you want to imply he's picked it up. I'm guessing I wasn't hallucinating. All the writers do is take. Why shouldn't the people take back dragon? Should I smash a specific egg or just the closest? Narrow-minded. That is what you are. Dendame moves around. The Dendame moves around. A voice is coming from somewhere else. Souls are malleable and always call out to another. Human supremacists. Is that what you are? Think you are better? A broken egg catches my eyes. Not at all. You are the stronger and smarter species, but the writer misuse your power to take and steal from the shadow. And you dragons do nothing. You are complicit. The eggshell is yellow and looks sharp. Not the edge. Not the edges. Okay. I would make that a semicolon. Not the edges. That basically, you know, is because you've got sharp. You had sharp twice there. So I'm this, you know, a semicolon is used when it's kind of technically two independent phrases, but that they're connected. But the bumps across its surface, that uneasy feeling, you don't need this. Rita gives me, grows. The Dendame must be close. She waits. Says the thief about morality. Why are you staring at the broken egg? You came here to destroy my eggs. Honor Dendames. How do you know why he is here? We haven't figured that out yet. Rita says, by the location of her voice, she's still at the door. My grip readjusts. Okay, I'll go back to what I said. This is first person. I readjust my grip. The grip doesn't do anything by itself. Elliot is the one who does it. I readjust my grip on the mace, but I can't tear my eyes away from the shell. Do not feign ignorance. How else would I know? And that's fair, but look at how not there it is. Like you've been very good about avoiding always starting paragraphs with I. So don't feel like you have to force yourself away from it if that's the one that works. And here's the thing. If you found that it cannot start with I here, you can start the phrase differently so that you don't have to go passive voice, like, you know, something that could work here. The mace feels heavier. And I have to readjust my grip on it. Like, when you are looking to avoid a way of saying something, you can go, you don't have to just change a couple of words around the start. You can rework the entire phrase and try saying it out loud when you want to do that. You might get a taste for what works better. I can't admire this from the room. Do not feign ignorance. How else would I know? The dragon is angry at her question. Angrier than the rage at me. I would avoid rage here, because rage is kind of the top of anger. So if the dragon is angrier than that, just saying the dragon is angry at her question doesn't work. Angrier than she is at me. That leaves a little vague how angry she is at him. We still know she's angry at him without quantifying it to a level. But I have to do that. I have to strike at the writers to show them they are not invincible. Tears pour out of my eyes. They cannot continue to harm those in the shadow. Take. So many dead from dragons landing directly in front of people. Attacks from monsters they are supposed to help us defend against. And they get all their power from you, dragons. How else do I strike back? How do I make the point? People in the shadow deserve fair treatment. Child, your anger is misplaced, not wrong. I growl, turning to the voice I can't see. I'm not a child. Elliot, don't argue. She will kill you, Rita calls out. I walk toward the voice, another trap I can't bring myself to do. I walk towards the voice, another trap. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't. Another trap. Okay. I get this. This one I don't quite work. Yeah, that's the thing, like, it's just another trap that I don't know what the intent is here. That one is minor to me. That the fact that you said hurt instead of arm, that's it. Like I said, for me, it's the another trap. That's the one I'm not. Yeah, like, I mean, like, I don't. If you have an intent beyond another trap, rework it. But I don't know that it's needed in this situation. You know, I walk toward the voice. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't harm the eggs, but I can hurt the dendame. Like, to me, you know, it doesn't feel needed. No, a squeaky voice calls out. A small yellow dragon with more of a beak than a nose jumps in my way. Its scales look like the studs on the armor. Little four-sided triangles coming to a point. She, her, I am not an it. The voice is powerful in my head. It's him telling the story. You will not harm my dame. The dragon stands on her back legs and opens her wings. She is nearly as tall as I am. It is okay, Trodax. If he can, he will. The dame shows herself, black as pitch and ruby eyes. She's as tall as the room we're in. All stealth gone. She lets her claws tap against the stone. My hands shake, seeing her, and my knees buckle. Can you do it, human? The voice is calm and steady. Whatever anger seems gone. Something like whatever anger she had seems gone. Or her anger seems gone. Mr. Sinclair, if you try to attack her, I will have to defend the dentum. Rita gets cut off when the black dragon moves and smacks her into the door within the blink of an eye. Here's the thing. If we get to see all of that, it doesn't happen in a blink of an eye. Well, okay. Again, never mind. This is Elliot telling the story. He can add stuff afterward. I really wish you weren't so neutral with your narration. It would make it so much easier to remember that this is first person. Human, I can defend myself. Be grateful you still draw breath for your insolence. You know better. There is pounding on the metal door. Elliot Sinclair. Pterodax has chosen you. Your mind and soul matches her own. I wish you to flee with her. I wish you to flee with her. I can help you escape. I helped build this place. Do you accept your end? If you think the writers are wrong and wish to correct their wrongs, you must have the power that goes with it. The door begins to push in for all of a second. The dame slams into them, shutting them again. Please, the yellow dragon, Pterodax, says out loud. We are in agreement. The wrong of the current writers must be punished. My family gets hurt for their laziness, but you have to agree it has to be mutual. Please. For all the sex and the women who know my favorite things, that please melts me into a puddle. Disappointing Pterodax feels like the worst thing I could ever do. Feels like I would rather cut off my right hand than make that dragon unhappy. Pterodax looks as sad as I feel. I want to hurt the writers, even if it meant hurting. I wanted to hurt the writers, even if it meant hurting the innocent. I agree. Let's do this. Then I don't have to hurt baby dragons, right? She shakes her head. The next part we can do later. We finish the bond later. Follow me. Then Dame has shown me how to escape already. I'm sorry, honored dead Dame. Then Dame, if that is how I'm supposed to apologize, I say before following Pterodax. The wording here makes the next phrase feel manipulative. I don't know if that's the intent, but this very much comes across as Pterodax has found a way to manipulate Elliot. Is that intentional? Is that what Elliot wants the captain to get the impression of? Yeah, but because he brings in sex and how women who he has sex with know that, it definitely comes across a detail that Pterodax has picked up on and decided to use. I would remove the sex part and make it about Pterodax. Make it about Elliot looking at that innocence and realizing, who he might have hurt, how he might have hurt her. Like, it's the fact that he brings in the sex that really makes Pterodax actions come across on the slimy side. And as you mentioned before, it is part of how Elliot speaks and thinks, but in this specific case, does he want to carry that impression with the captain? Beta reader thought it was cute. Okay. Again, this is why you want multiple people looking and commenting on your stuff, because we will have different point of views. The more people you can get to look at, comment on your stuff, the better you can get a sense of where it mostly falls in, and that can simplify the decision in how it needs to be adjusted. But ultimately, you have to look at it and go, well, I'm okay with whichever decision you make. Interruption. Bullshit! Robin screams across the camp so loud it echoes. You're a writer? If you're a writer, then I'm a princess. Or you might want to put it under other people to see if my mind is dirtier than most, which might not be unexpected. Nice to meet you, princess. Elliot's smile annoys the captain. The captain's right. The captain is right. This is amusing, but not believable. 1. Why would a dragon bond with a thief? 2. Why would the mother dragon help someone who was going to destroy her precious children? And 3. There are no writers that don't write for Dragonfall. We all know if Dragonfall falls, so does the rest of the world. Okay. She's across the camp. She stayed at the fire. There needs to be a transition. And you can use that to make sure it's clear Robin is the one saying this. So the captain is right. You know, Robin said as she walked to the fire, you know, again, like, Temista asked, a voice in your head? Was it loud? Not at this time, but her voice is always clear. Ah. Okay. Not at this time, but her voice is always clear. No lover or fuck's voice is as sweet. There is so much more. But again, that is for a later part of the story. Truth be told, I thought I was going mad. Pterodactyl's voice came out of nowhere. Right after I drank the water, too. I miss those simple days, but that is for later, too. Robin laughed. You're selling it too hard, thief. You fucking the Queen of Dragonfall is more believable. Thermista came back to his sense. What Robin said, everyone knows that dragons choose their riders when they are young. No adult has ever been chosen. Elliot sounded confident. Nothing gave away any kind of deceit. Well, Captain and Sergeant, I'm going to continue my story. And I'm going to end the commentary here, mainly because I don't have... There's about 20 minutes left. Any question specifically about either the interruption or the previous chapter? No? Okay, cool. Yeah, I will restate something I know I've said before. You are in first person. First person is in directly in the mind, and especially he's telling the story, it lacks the kind of emotionality that we like look at me, how I speak, what my voice does. Now, you can't convey that directly in this type of narration, but there should be a sense of that. And, that would come across in his commentary, in, in him having opinions. Like I said, it feels like you are not taking advantage of this being first person. And yeah, I'm not going to add anything, because anything I might add would not be productive, because it's just like, as you can probably feel, like okay, cool. I mean, it's interesting. You have a question, shoot. Do I have an idea of what will happen to Temista at the end? At this point, I'm starting to suspect that he used to be a writer. Especially this here. This comes across as someone remembering something. And if he used to be a writer, then my next question to the narrative, to the story, becomes, where's his dragon? And after that would be, why were they broken up and he made to forget? But yeah, that right now, that's where my thought is going. I will say, and to me, it's an interesting curve. When you told me he was going to be a writer, because that's something you told me when we were initially and all that, this is not what I was envisioning. And I wasn't going, this isn't working, because I didn't want to let my impression tint my commentary, but I was going, how the hell are they going to accept him in their organization? And the curve is that they're not. Is that they are called riders, but you don't have to be part of them to be a dragon rider. That's the thing that you manage to either on purpose or accidentally not convey to me when you were telling me about this. And I'm kind of glad, because I thought I knew where the story was going. I really thought, I thought that this was going to be something of somehow, but and that's not a bad thing. Being vague when talking about your story to draw interest in it is a good thing. It's a skill. I don't really have it. But yeah, like I really thought this was going to be a story of how he somehow talked his way or tricked his way into becoming one of them instead of being executed. Like having the dame acknowledge that, yeah, this is wrong, and by implication, there's nothing I can do about it. So how about you and her go do something about it? Like that I never saw coming. That I did not see coming, and it's a good thing. But yeah, very cool. Very cool. All right, I need to check a couple of things here. Game of Tom. Only we have a machine and a machine that is a power hammer, but with coal. So is it a steam power hammer? You told me to her. Yeah, calling this chapter interruption was a great idea. Yes, it is. Did you book next week? Let me confirm, but I do believe so. Wait, what? Okay, I know you booked it. Because I literally asked you, so you want it twice in a row, and you said yes. So I have no idea why it's not there, but I'll move it there. So yes, you have booked it. Fun story. Yes, it's interesting. So, Lizard, what do you think of what I do. You like how thorough you are, and you don't hold back when you see something that seems like it could be adjusted. Thank you. I do try. I try hard to walk the line between, being critical and being discouraging. Because I definitely do not want this to result in someone deciding they never want to write again. That is the furthest thing from my mind. But I also know that I can be a little intense. I think you might book something sometime next year. Okay, cool. Writing the novel you're planning. Cool. Here's the advice I will give you, Lizard. Ideally, you want whatever you put before someone else to be as finished as you consider it to be. Cool Imp is giving me something that's not actually finished. There's probably a couple of drafts still to come. And he can definitely make use of what I tell him. But a lot of the time I end up addressing things that will definitely vanish in a next draft, which would give me more time to address other situations and stuff like that. Like, anytime you're going to put something before someone else, the idea, now I'm not saying don't put anything before me until it's like that, but the story will gain more if I don't have to notice every little detail, because I have a limited amount of energy to put into that. Like, the way my editor described it is that he can only fix 90% of the mistake in a story.